I'm getting ready. I'm posting in the channel. I've got my Mountain Dew hot and ready, except it's cold and ready because nobody wants hot Mountain Dew. The name is the Mountain Dew-agent. I was just watching some Prime. I really like this guy. And it turns out we are the same age. I really, really like this guy. He's funny. He's fun to watch. He's not so angry like I am. Anyway. All right. Pouring in a can of Mountain Dew. I am so thirsty. I think I want the bigger straw. I don't know if I can handle a little straw today. I've got 3 size straws. Got to pick the right straw for the job. Also, I think that the smaller straw actually gives it tasty like sweet. I'm gonna swap to the bigger straw. We're gonna double straw it. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna have my options. All right, pop top, my friends. Okay, so yesterday there was a technical issue. There is a breaker that just trips. It's because there's a battery backup connected to it. I guess it's not breaking. GFCI, they don't mix, but where it's most convenient to put the servers, that's the outlet that's available. I'm thinking about just replacing it, just doing it a little bit of illegal home handywork. It's legal for me to do it. It's not legal for an electrician to do it. I can legally modify my home as I see fit. I just can't sell it in that state, but an electrician cannot legally replace that outlet for reasons. Big strong connections. Okay. So anyway, we had that happen. Then my son decided that he wanted to wake up at about 2 a.m. and not go back to sleep. So there's that. Anyway. So all that is to say that, we don't actually have the music running, piping through here right now. Okay, now that should be a little better. All right, so, and let's make sure soundboard, we got soundboard. Okay, good, everything's good then. Okay, all that is to say that I didn't finish this last night. Okay. And I don't know if I've got it in me. We're getting started, but I don't know if I got it in me. I'm kind of tired. I kind of just want to go take a nap. But I really, really want to get this done this weekend. I really wanted to get it done so bad. It's a big, heavy lift. Anyway, what I have left, let me see if I can pull this up. I'm pretty sure I pushed, let's see, was this, okay, so that would have been, that's 6 in the morning, that wasn't 6 in the morning, 7, 5 in the morning, no, we're minus, plus. I don't think either way that makes sense, but anyway, the 25th. yeah, I separated the build linter from the classifier lib, so I did that. So now we have lint build, which is doing the behavior that we had before. So same thing goes through. Oh my gosh, that's so slow. Whew. Oh, and the way that I'm going to get around the slowness of that is that I will be caching all the strings. We're gonna use up a little bit more RAM. No big deal. We're going to be caching the strings. So as it loops through the list of assets for each of these, which might be 2,000 assets, it's going to look up the package and download string. That's just basically concatenating the two together. And then, hold on, I got brain fog. Oh yeah, and then it's just going to return what the triplet is for that. The Linux unknown ARM64 muscle. So that's how that problem is going to be solved. Oh. That'll yeah. I mean, of course, we're not running through 28,000 of these things every single time, whatever. But we got some unused terms here. Interesting. Which this is not true. That M1 is definitely a thing. We look for M1 in caches, we'll find it. That's weird. I could have sworn... Was it Chrome driver? Oh. Maybe that is gone. Because now... Is it Mac ARM64? They renamed it to Mac ARM64. Okay, so the old one, I'll keep that in there though. Okay, I keep that in there. But yeah, see how slow that is? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you watch it just crawl by. Anyway. Yeah, so here's our new one. Do we have any libc in here? There definitely ought to be some libc and some muscle here. MVSC GNU. Linux GNU. What? What? I think... Alright, we don't see any libc, but we see some muscle and some GNU and some MSVC. Okay, so that's good to remember, because I thought I had just called the other one libc, but apparently I called it GNU. So realistically, on Windows, we should prefer the MSVC, because we have a way... Well, we should prefer none, then MSVC, then GNU. But it's pretty much always going to be MSVC or GNU. Anyway. Yeah, what was I saying here? So we need to get these... We need to get each of the sets of builds sorted by the triplet. So we'll get that done soon. That'll be one of the first things to do today. And then what we need to do is to finish the matching of the host computer, which is basically going to be ARM v7, ARM v6, ARM, I think that's it, ARCH64, ARM64, and then whatever the operating systems are. So if we were to take this list right here, let me just see what we actually have. This is real world data. Okay, so we're going to go with, these are the triplets, so let's just call this triplets. We'll call it underscore triplets for .txt. Alright, so paste those in there, back it up, and then we will do Well, I guess we could just do cut. I prefer to do cat. I know, whatever. Cut dash D hyphen field 3 sort dash U. Okay, so these are in reality our operating systems. So we need to be able to match on these. I have no idea how we would match on WASI or AIX. I have no idea. I need to find some people who have these weird operating systems. If you know somebody who has these weird operating systems, please let me know. I'm gonna go tweet this, and I'll post in a forum or two, and see if I can find some people. Okay, so dear the internet, help needed. Do you... I need... can I get anyone who has... who uses any of these weird OSs? RT for reach. And would you please run uname -srm and comment with the output? Let's see. Please comment with the output of bonus points for a user agent string to boot. Okay, I'm gonna... Okay, so I'm bringing over the tweet. Bringing over the tweet. Here's the tweet. I'm asking for help. If you could give me a retweet on this, it would be much appreciated. Let's see. I'm going to go back to... I'm just posting in a couple places here. I kind of want to go to the Reddits and see what happens. Okay. All right. So I posted in a few places. Let's see if I can find a few more. I might try to find like an off topic here. A programming discussion. Okay. Also looking. Let's see. Is there? This has way too many OS dev. Web dev. What is the appropriate? I don't know what the appropriate channel is in Zig. Zig help, meetups, game dev, OS dev. Programming discussion? I don't know. All right, I'm going to post it in a Zig channel. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I'm just posting this same kind of thing in a couple of different chats right now. Let's see. Okay, I've already got a response in the Zig. Let's see, what else have we got going on? Okay, well, with that, we shall carry on. Okay, how's everybody doing tonight? Dang, I went through that so quick. Oh, man. Whew, I was thirsty. I need my Mountain Dew. I needed it. All right, so we've got the Mipsel and the Mipsle. I need to go correct that. I don't know about the R6. I don't know what that means, but I'm not even going to try to figure that out at this point. So Mipsle is... So apparently this is a joke that went wrong because it stands for Little Indian. I guess at one point there were versions of these that were Big Indian. And so the Mipsel is what the name is. But then some still report it. Holy shizdog, what is that? That's just Linux, though. That's weird. Well, I've... Okay, people are giving me Linux outputs. crapo. Crapo, crapo, crapo. Oh. Okay, so somebody just told me. Okay, so somebody says that I might actually need to throw the -O in there. Uname. So I need to be using uname -O because on Android, the O adds Android. Let's see. What in the world? Okay, so I need to check something out real quick. Uname -srmop. What? All right, so yeah, dang it. Ah! I'm just gonna go download Dragonfly. Can we get Dragonfly on a Raspberry Pi? Okay, I'm going down the rabbit hole again. This is not where I need to be. Dragonfly BSD. Let's check it out. ISO. x86 64. I think I had a B in it. There we go. Let's throw this in there for now. What? These people are going crazy in the chat. Alright, so we got Dragonfly, we got Plan 9. Plan 9 from Bell Labs. Download. Deprecated floppy image. x86. Did people actually run Plan 9? Like, what? I imagine some of these things, they only run in virtual machines. You don't install them on... Okay. I should probably check out the Reddit or something. What the heck is a LumOS? None of these are desktop. Oh, workstation. Workstation. Packaging. x86, Spark Check, Triblix. I don't know what this would mean, but we're going to try it out. DillOS, Open Indiana. Triblix. OmniOS. Linux comparison. Slackware. Ubuntu. Okay, gotcha. Alright, so we'll go with this one. Open Indiana. Downloads. Minimal install DVD. Ooh, cloud image. Could we virtualize 64-bit x86? Okay. Bless me. I don't want to subscribe. Give me downloads. All right, what's the other ones? Do we have Solaris? CBE? What is a CBE release? GA means general availability, so that seems decent enough. I don't have a Spark system. I will never... Let's see. Can I just... Don't have an account? Where's the skip? I don't want to do it. It's a trap. Okay. Android. Desktop. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to need to do then is let me find where we're doing uname. I think it's mostly in here, but it's also in here. We're going to have to change it in a few different places. So uname. We also need to do if uname -o. So if uname -o dev null dev null, then all right. This Zig community is kind of an interesting group of people. What is there like a main Android website? I mean, I don't really know much about Android. Is Android.com an official resource, or is it a Goofo site? Because Google bought Android. Google did not develop Android. So, is Android its own thing? Discover Android. Download Android ISO x86-64. I know it runs on laptops. Run Android on your PC. This just seems sketch. Okay, After Dawn, Boss Hub. What the heck is Bliss OS? Android for your PC. This seems like an alright thing. Bliss OS 15. I wish they would just not hyping it. The underscores where what that needs to be there. Bliss OS 15. .8 gigabytes. That looks to be about right. Okay, so fn get OS, and we're gonna do oh, interesting. uname-x. So we probably should do SO. Let me see what we get if we do here. Oh, wait. That is there. Duh. Alright, you named srmop. GNU Linux. Okay, so what if we log into... was it AJ11? Okay. Linux. Not GNU Linux. Okay. Let's see. Alright, let's try this one then. We're going to do uname-o or echo So if BOS is equal to BSys, then we will just echo, it doesn't matter which one we pick, so I'm going to pick BSys because that's the one that's more standard. Could pick BOS because it's first alphabetically. Return 0. And let's see. If echo so first of all, if we have OS is empty, echo BSys return. We could say, or the two are equal. Let's go with either one there. Oops, and that's a single equal. So this one would be GNU Linux. This one would be example Darwin. And then this one would be example Android. Okay, well that alone was helpful. Okay. And what was this? FOSS downloading Android x86. Some sort of R2 thing. Wait, what are the difference between these? RPM file? No, and this one. What's the difference between this one and this one? K49, what does that even mean? Okay. Alright, what are the other systems? Oh, hey. You'll be directed to a login screen. Nah. Nah, fam. I think there are more builds for things than there are users of the things. That's my guess. That's my guess where this is headed. But anyway, we could try FreeBSD, NetBSD, OpenBSD. Okay. Ooh. Okay, SD card. There we go. I wonder what 3/4 mean. Oh, 3 and 4. Got it. Ah! Me so scared. File size doesn't look big enough. What FreeBSD should I choose? I want to run it on a virtual machine. Disk 1. DVD 1. Boot only. We could give that a try, I suppose. I wish they would represent these sizes in something a little more reasonable. We could try boot only. Oh, wait. You know what? We don't need that one. We could do this one. Okay, we could try that. We could try a whole bunch of these. Okay, ARM v7, ARM v6. That I would be really, really interested to see. What ARM systems do they have here? Okay, ARPi B. Yeah. So this one should... I don't know if I could run that on this one. I think I'd have to go with this one. Okay, that's what I wanted. Now we're getting to the money shots. So then we got OpenBSD. Install. What do they got here? All right. So we got ARM64, Open BSD, ARM64. I don't know which version of BSD we'd have here. I guess that was part of the thing. Panda, nitrogen, Kubi. This is not what I was hoping for. Install base 74. Okay, we could try AMD 64 as well. Open BSD AMD 64. Okay. Okay, we probably... Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and go with this one then. Open DSD AMD 64. Install. Open BSD ARM 64. Install. Okay, so we got that. And then let's take a look at NetBSD. Okay, download. Oh, it's right here. Okay, AMD 64, download the CD. That's good. ARM. Original Raspberry Pi. NetBSD. ARM v6. Various boards. Generic 64-bit. Yeah, we could try that one. Okay. And I don't think we were really worried about any other ones, but let's just take a look at what their other architectures are. Yeah, I would not know how to do this. That's pitiful. They're trying to reach a goal of $50,000. What is that going to be for? That's not even going to buy anybody lunch. Okay, so we got... I don't know if we can get AIX, but we've got... and we could get Solaris maybe, but I don't want to. So we got OpenBSD, Plan 9. I don't think Plan 9's really a thing. I think that Plan 9 is a target for compilers as a favor, like a homage, or maybe it's like one of those things where they do little compilers where it's just for fun. You know, it's just here's the toy project while we're working towards the real one. I can't imagine that people are actually using Plan 9. It doesn't even have a 64-bit build. I do want to double check on that though. 64-bit Plan 9. What is this? Okay. So OpenBSD, NetBSD, FreeBSD, those are real. Illumos is real. Dragonfly is real. Android's real. AIX, I'm not sure if that's real. Enterprise. Download AIX ISO. That's silly. Export requirements. That's probably from the 1970s, 1980s. Okay. Software downloads. All right. So AIX and Solaris are enterprise-only operating systems. I don't know if they'd actually be using any of these tools. Okay. Android AR64 desktop download. Generic system images. UTM Android. React OS. OpenBSD developer here. Saw your tweet go by. Can I ask what you're working on? Yeah. So I'm the primary maintainer of Webi. So Webi is install stuff without sudo, without a package manager, just directly from the author. That's the goal of Webi. So take, for example, Node.js. People will install Node.js from their package manager when they're new and they're not really familiar with development. And it causes all sorts of problems because, of course, then you have to sudo npm and yada, yada, yada. And so this kind of started out with solving that problem because I'd have clients where I'd need to give them the instructions for being able to do stuff in the future. And I just wanted to have something that was always going to work. And that's kind of what Webi was born out of, as well as just working with newer developers and trying to provide things that are guaranteed to work, that aren't going to screw up their system. Like, for example, if you follow the default instructions of Brew rather than reading deeper into their documentation on how to do a conflict-free install, then you'll install Brew in a way that installs libssl and other things that conflict with the system libraries and cause headaches, right? And I want to expand out to... There's no reason that I can't support every operating system. So there's 28,000 release assets among all these different projects, and many of them are OpenBSD, NetBSD. If I go back here real quick, let me see. Did I have the list there? No. All right. So let's see what BSDs we have. Okay, so it looks like it's mostly FreeBSD, NetBSD. Okay, OpenBSD, yeah. So all of these different operating systems are, of the 28,000 release assets, the list of operating systems that are supported is, and let me get back to it real quick. I had that open just a second ago. I actually don't know where I had it open now. But if I go to, I think it was triplets here. Yes. Okay, and so if I do cut that, there we go. So these are the operating systems that are supported across the release assets. And so I don't want to artificially not support them when all I have to do to support them is make sure that the name of the uname-srm matches up, or potentially uname-o. I don't know which operating systems support uname-o and which ones don't. Maybe they all do. That'd be great. But yeah, I just want to get a uname-srmo from each of these to know what that looks like. So for example, there's MIPS. Let's see. Some of these things are already, they're misclassified, and we'll get that fixed. So for example, some of them are classified as MIPSL and other ones are classified as MIPSLE. And I don't know which one of these is. I guess I'll just do a search and figure it out. But one of these is correct and the other one is incorrect. This one's the meme one, but I think that's actually the one that's correct. And that one I think is the one that's, yeah. So anyway, so I just want to see how they report, especially on things like ARM. Does it report ARM HF? Does it report ARM L? Does it report ARM v7? Does it report ARM v7 because of the build? So for example, on Linux, it reports ARM v7 no matter what it is, if it's hard float. If it's hard float, it just reports ARM v7, which is weird, because it might be an ARM v6 and it might be an ARM 8 or ARM 64, whatever. Yeah. So does that answer the question sufficiently? Any clarifying question on that? So yeah, I'm working on how do I know that I'm matching these things correctly, and I'm just going to assume that the name of the thing is what shows up in srmo, uname-srmo. I just found out that Android, which makes sense, from SRM presents as Linux, but when you add the O, you get the Android, but O is not to spec. So I know that Linux supports -O. On Mac, it's kind of a no-op, because it just reports Darwin either way. And I'm not sure about the BSDs. Yeah, so I've actually gone through that. So this is the list of unique release patterns. This one right here. This is, I think it's like 800 or so. Okay, so 659 is the number last time I ran my little utility, because as I've been understanding inconsistencies, particularly around ARM, I've been able to narrow it down. But this is all of the various permutations of the way that the authors describe it. So not the way that a triplet would describe it, but the way that the author describes it as the download file name. That's what these are. So I changed it so that we get rid of the project name, we get rid of the project version. And sometimes the project version, the file name is a little bit different from the actual Semver name or GitHub release name or releases API name. You know, and you get all these variations like this. So I have created something that I've done the narrowing down, like what you see here, to eliminate the variations between the operating systems and the libcs and all that. That's another thing I'm really interested in on the BSDs is there just one libc or are there multiple libcs? Because on Linux you have musl, libc, and then you have with Go and Zig, you have just purely standalone. Okay, no -o option for uname on OpenBSD. Thank you for that. That's really good to know. So, what can you post what you get as uname-srm? I'm imagining it's going to say OpenBSD with proper capitalization, some revision number, and then with uname, there are variations on whether it's going to call it AMD64 or x86-64, but they don't seem to be very much. And it's either ARM, where the ARM one is the one that gets weird, because the ARM64, not a lot of variation. x86, x86-64, not a lot of variation. I have not yet seen it report x86-64 V2 or V3. I have not seen that reported, and I don't know where I would find that out, because typically speaking, any system today is going to be a V3 system. You know, anything you have that's 5 or 10 years old is going to be V2 or V3. Okay, that's really awesome. Thank you so much for that. So I will, I'll just put that in some notes. I might just open up a new documentation issue for myself here. Uname-srm and uname-o reports. So OpenBSD. Okay, so another thing. Well, this should work just fine. Let me get back to what I was looking at here. So I wish it didn't have to be so complicated, but there's kind of this minimum complexity that I don't know how to avoid, because I mean, it's essentially, I probably could do it in a slightly different way, but the whole idea with it's bootstrapping the installer, right? So I want to give as simple of a copy and paste as I can, and then as it downloads, it's going to run the uname-srm, and then it's going to use that to get back the list of available downloads that match. And so most of the matching is on the server side. But I wish that I could just say, okay, here's a script for Mac, here's a script for Linux, here's a script for OpenBSD, whatever. But the thing is, as part of the bootstrap process, it's, and maybe at some point in the future I can, it's just in that really awkward place where they're so similar but just different enough that you end up with a lot of complexity. But if we were to duplicate it and say, okay, here's the bootstrap script is the most complex. Bootstrap script is the most complex because it has to figure out which POSIX environment am I in. And then when it actually creates the Webi script, or when you download the Webi script that has the full logic in it for selecting the release and downloading, unpacking, and all that stuff, then, you know, we could have one for each, but it's just a few lines here and there that are different. But it's nasty. I don't like it. You know, for example, here's the thing with wget. Wget has different flavors. And so the testing for wget to figure out, okay, are we going to use wget like this or like this or like this or like this or like this? It's gross. I hate it. But it's, yeah, it's hard between the BSDs and the Linuxes. Okay, so I'm sorry, I wasn't actually reading your comment yet. I was just rambling, but I'm going to go take a look here. Some architectures have different arch and machine types on OpenBSD ARM64. Okay, -M returns ARM64, but -P. And I'm not sure if I'm worried about -P. Yeah, -P is not in here. So that's something that... Let's see, if we were to do... Let me try that on Linux and see what it looks like. Do we have -P? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I need to worry about that as much as I would need to worry... Well, I could try on my Raspberry Pi and see if I get a difference between -M and -P on the Raspberry Pi. That actually could be useful, or it could be confusing. I'm going to plug in my Raspberry Pi that I disconnected because I don't remember why I disconnected it, but it'll boot up in a minute, and I'll check on there and see if -M and -P are different. I will say that on OpenBSD, installing binary packages outside of the official package repository is strongly discouraged due to a lack of ABI compatibility between releases. Interesting. Well, I don't think that the ABI will matter for a lot of these programs because they're written in Go or Rust or Zig, and so when they compile, they're self-contained. So I am able to run Go, ARM64, and ARMv7 binaries on a stock Raspberry Pi OS without having to install the ARM HF libc variant. So the ARM CPUs are capable of running the binaries. I don't really understand that. I'm not that low level that I understand the differences between how the operating system massages a binary format to present it to the CPU, because they don't run bare metal, they run with some fluff. But apparently on ARM, I guess there's less fluff. I'm not really clear, because I guess the operating system has to tell the CPU, hey, you're gonna run this in a particular mode, and there's information about randomizing the address spaces and stuff like that. So, okay, thank you very much. That was really helpful. I am hopeful that I get some more responses to this. but I will also keep P in mind. I've gone through all of these options before, and I landed on SRM as the most reliable between Mac and Linux. But now that I'm expanding out to the BSDs and Android, I need to have a little bit more logic to it to account for the differences between the systems. So they should work on BSD just fine. It'll output an error. I'll ignore the error. Okay. All right, so this one should be fn get os. Okay, so we'll move this around. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. So going back to this. Let me get into my Raspberry Pi here. And let's see what P... Interesting! Interesting! Platform returns unknown. Oh, because this is different. It's a different interpretation of what platform means. So here, platform is being... it's like vendor. Okay. Okay. So, all right. Nothing more to do there then. So this wouldn't hurt to implement today. What could this break? Okay, what I don't like about this is that it will report G and U. Well, let's see. It's going to report G and U a lot regardless. Okay, let me go see. Somebody had posted their Android. Let me go back and look at this. Okay, where was I at just a second ago? Okay. Okay. What was I going to do? Oh, I was going to go back to the GNU Linux. The output of uname -srm and uname -srmo for various OSs. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All right. Then what does P do here? That's P is ARM. PM. Okay, I also want to see, let's go back to this. so let's get rid of this here. So I'd also be curious, Canadian, if you're still around, why do people use the BSDs? Is it performance? Is it security? Is it... I'm guessing it's probably more heritage. You know, somebody introduced it to you, and it's more about the social relationships than the technical ones. What's up? That's what I want to know, Glory. Ooh. I got some message I'm going to check out real quick to determine the urgency of it. Oh, okay. Huh, interesting. Okay, no urgency. Okay, and then I do want to go back to the Raspberry Pi. So let's log back into that now. This is SRM. Okay. O. P. Alright. So nothing new there. That's same old, same old. I do want to get the 64-bit OS back up and see if it reports any information differently. Okay. I do not communicate in only emoji, Glory. We got to have some other stuff. So, Glory, do you do weird stuff? You know, BSD, NetBSD, Dragonfly BSD, Illumos BSD, AIX BSD? Or do you stick to the straight and narrow? All right, all right. Well, what brings you here today? So I'm really interested to see, I think this, so I want to create a new virtual machine. I want to emulate other, and we're going to go to downloads. I'm going to go to BNNA. Let's try Android. We could try Bliss. What's the difference between these two? Let's try Bliss. It looks, or try Android. I don't know. Actually, I'm not really interested in those. I would be interested in Dragonfly. So I'm interested in Dragonfly. I'm interested in FreeBSD, NetBSD. I think there's more. I don't know what Dragonfly is. I don't know what Illumina. I know what a lot of this stuff is. Okay, architecture. Okay, Q35. I think that's the one we should go with. I don't know what all this means. There's a lot of numbers here. I don't think we need... Okay, we're gonna go with that one. We're gonna go with all defaults here. And then, sure, 64 gigabytes should be more than enough. I don't think we need a share directory. And then what's the name of this thing? What did I just select? Dragonfly? Okay. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to go... do a thing. Okay, that did not work at all. That was not helpful. Huh. I wonder if I have to unzip it first. I don't know. That didn't do what I was expecting it to do. I was expecting it to I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. I was expecting it to boot from CD. But I wonder if I actually need to decompress it first. I just kind of assume, because they may allow any file type. Let me see if it allows any file type for... So browse. Yeah, so it'll allow me to select an XML file. Okay. That's where our problem is. So it's allowing any arbitrary file, but it's not recognizing the difference between whether or not it's compressed. So let me just let this decompress here for a bit. And then we'll choose it again. We'll choose the decompressed version once it finishes decompressing. Wish someone could teach me all of this from scratch. I wish that I could teach you all of this from scratch, but my teaching skill is not at level 1000 yet. A little both technical and cultural. This is in response to my question about why OpenBSD. I've been hacking on OpenBSD since 2012 and a user for longer. I became interested in it due to security innovations. History, also OpenBSD being a Canadian project helped. Oh, okay. Yep. That I didn't know that, but that makes a lot of sense. Ah, crapola. Okay, this did not do what I wanted it to do. I didn't actually want to open the ISO. Okay, we're going to move that to the garbage. And we're going to go into our downloads directory here. So what benefit do you run it on a server? Do you run it on a desktop? What's the primary benefit for you? And what's the primary benefit of security? Because I've heard people say that, but I'm not clear that, well, for example, that it's true. Not that I'm saying that I'm not challenging it. I'm just natural skepticism. Okay, bunzip. This is what I'm looking for. Bunzip. Keep. Dragonfly. Nope. I wanted dfly. There we go. dfly. That's what I need. All right, that's going to get the right file for us. Just wanted to support you. Well, thanks, Glory. Yeah, I've got the t-shirt, but I was going to do an online course, and I'm not sure whether or not I'm still going to pursue it in the future. I'm not pursuing it right now, but it's just difficult to... I get a little bit of analysis paralysis. Okay, boot Dragonfly. Sure, let's boot Dragonfly. Okay, so Dragonfly is a fork of FreeBSD. Got it. Okay, so let's get Dragonfly up here. Android, Open BSD. So we've got Linux, GNU, Muscle. I want that to be up near the top so it's clear. Raspberry Pi OS. So free BSD, and then from that we also have Dragonfly. Okay. Ah, yes. I had this same prompt when I installed OpenSense. Whoop. Root. Welcome to Dragonfly. Moo. Well, hot damn. We got some moo. Okay. So, also no -o. All right, does uname-p give anything relevant? Different from... Nope, okay. All right, and then... So uname srm is... Let's try to get this in there. All right, so there's Dragonfly. So we got that one. Cross that off the list. And that's the only release for Dragonfly. It's exclusively 64-bit. Whereas FreeBSD runs on ARM and stuff like that. Okay, so we're going to just power this off. Sweet. I'm glad that that worked out so well. I think we're just going to repurpose this because we didn't do any installation or anything. We could probably do this with a bunch of them. So let's try FreeBSD. I'm going to try disk 1. unxz. Keep. FreeBSD. Did I get the x86 image for them? ARM. I only got... It looks like I only got ARM. I got 2 Raspberry Pi images, and I got a boot-only image. So I'm going to... pull out my boot-only image here. There we go. Okay. Oh, so this would be x86 64. I'm not going to be able to do that because this is AArch64. So, virtualize, other, ISO boot image, FreeBSD boot only. AArch64. Okay, so let's boot that bad boy up and see what we get. Okay. I've run it on a lot of machines over the years, talking about OpenBSD as my home router, my daily driver wrapped laptop. Yeah, I think that it's got some better networking stuff, right? That's I know that a lot of network equipment seems to favor the BSDs. Daily driver laptop. Implemented support for CPU frequency scaling on AMD CPUs for a laptop I picked up. As for OpenBSD's claims for security, I recommend reading the paper's innovations page on the website. There's a lot to cover. Okay. What about the high-level overview? Can you give me the high-level overview? All right. Free BSD. What do you want to do? Live CD, shell, install. Can we just drop to the shell? Uname -srm. All right. If we had the P, not a lotta. And if we had the O, I'm imagining that is... Oh, interesting. The O is supported. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. So... All right, and then we're going to do a little bit of... Oops. Okay, so this is good. Oh, whoops. ARM ED. No, that's ARM 64. That copy pasta went wrong. I don't know how it got that. Probably using machine learning rather than heuristics. Because the machine learning can just get really, really weird because it's basing off of cues that are not necessarily accurate. Okay. All right, let's go back here and let's choose another one. So we have NetBSD. Let's try that. Let's see what happens if we do NetBSD for x86. Oh, interesting. All right. So let's fire this bad boy up. Boot normally. Drop to the boot prompt. Yeah, sure. Let's just boot normally, I guess. Oh, good. Magic numbers. I always do love it when I just see my computer start adding stuff as it boots up. That's the best way to go, faux show. Installation messages in English. Installation auf Deutsch. Deutsch. Ugh, I can't believe I said it that way. I apologize to all the peoples of the world. I am not going to continue further. Oh, thank you for giving me the opportunity to select capital F. It was tricksy because I had to do it in QWERTY. Reinstall, reboot computer, utility menu, config menu. Okay. All right. Whoa. Oh, I don't like that one bit. Okay. All right. We'll see what I can get out of all of this. So now we've got NetBSD. And which BSDs are derivative of which? And how do I get the good old-fashioned Berkeley BSD? Okay, we'll go with that. It's kind of funny that the easiest to get font, it's not getting. All right, is this correct information? It's like asking ChatGPT to read an image. It's just giving me random nonsense. But it's kind of funny that it's struggling with just hardcore monospace fonts, because it seems like those ones are literally, I mean, they're pixels. They're like, there's not an easier font to compare against, right? So it seems like on some of them, -P returns the more accurate, less human-friendly name. All right, and actual options are A, M, N, P, R, S, V. Totally didn't capture that. Okay, cool. So now I've got me some NetBSD. I'm going to try the image and see what happens. I don't know if this will actually work. But that's okay. That's what this trial is all about. Let's see what happens if we tell it to boot from this image. Doesn't like it. Can I tell it that that image is its drive? Let's try that. So we're going to virtualize. We're going to do other. I'm going to give a boot image. I don't know if this is going to work. If it will detect. Hardware, storage, share directory. Okay, no, we're just going to cancel that. Okay, so that one's not going to work in our favor. I'd love to see this illumos. Let's see what there is left to try here. Let's try illumos. And I don't think I actually tried Plan 9. All right, so on this one, I'm actually not sure. Let me go back to illumos. Hey everybody, how's it going? I am checking out a few different BSDs so that I can get what they report in uname. Where was the downloads? Downloads. Okay, so these are exclusively x86. All right, these seem to be exclusively x86. Okay, I'm going to make a note of that. Feel free to hit me up with questions or start some off-topic conversation. It's fun to do. At BSD, illumos. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, yeah. So you... Sometimes people have weird names in the Discord. Well, unrelated to their YouTube name. And sometimes weird. Like Jacklaw10. I don't remember what his name is. Speaking of which, Jacklaw10. Are you here? These will be really interesting. All right. So we don't have to worry about the ARM version of those. All right, let's see what Open Indiana gives us. Oh. Well, that was rather rude of me. Here we were in the middle of running some commands together. Whoa, that was fast. I like that. Boot multi-user. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing. What are the odds I'm going to be able to boot Plan 9? I'm not sure what this is doing. All right, hopefully this will let me drop down to a shell. I have learned to not run more than one VM at a time, by the way. Okay. Keyboard. Albanian. First choice. All right. Uh-oh. This isn't good. It seems like it was unable to pass my keyboard through. So we're just gonna have to shut that one down, unfortunately. But we can try the other one, and we can see if we get better results. So that was Open Indiana. We can try Omnios. OmniOS. I don't think anybody's going to call it Omnios. OpenBSD forked from NetBSD. Okay. So why are these operating systems supported? People are just creating builds for architectures that nobody's actually running. Because if this thing requires that you have an AMD Athlon 64 Opteron processor, wasn't that 20 years ago? Okay. English, yes. Find disks. Shell. Alright. uname -srm. What? How dare you? Interessant. What? Okay, is that real? David, wrong channel. Wow. Sun OS. This is amazing. Okay, let me fix what it said here. And I'll finish reading some of those comments in a moment. i86PC. Sun OS 5.11. What? What the heck is Sun OS? That's not Solaris? No, not Sonos. Sun OS. Wait, Solaris. So these are Solarises? And I am going to copy this over here. Why is it called Berkeley Standard Distribution if there's no standard Berkeley distribution? Hmm? All right, let's check this out. Illumos. Oh, it actually does have a lowercase I. Is that I386? Did we get... Oh, we got that wrong. Now, I thought this was running... The way that it's emulated, it may have dropped down into 32-bit mode because it couldn't detect the Opteron microcode or whatever. Okay, so now, moment of truth. Let's see if we can get Plan 9 to boot. In my wildest dreams, never had I imagined that one day I myself would boot Plan 9. And yet, here I am, booting Plan 9. It doesn't seem like that worked. I do not get the sense... Okay, I want to look at that one more time. CD image. x86. Okay. So that one might be a little too old. Too old. Too old to begin the training. All right, well. All right, I do want to try that one other IllumoS just to see. And then I also want to try the one Android just to see. Just for funsies. Just for funsies. The retro Illumos distribution. What the heck does this mean? Run Triblix in the cloud. Interesting. Very modern. Very modern. And then we'll try Bliss and then we'll be done. Then I will collect the data that I need to be able to do what need doing, I think. Well, unfortunately, I don't... It would be nice if... Let me just unplug. There's one more thing I'd like to do. Let me just unplug this. We will create SD card for Raspberry Pi with a BSD on it because I want to see how it represents ARM v7. So let me see what R Pis we had here. We just have NetBSD ARM v6, which is great. That's exactly what I want to... And then we have FreeBSD. Okay, excellent. We've got lots of excellent choices here. So I've got 3 different images I want to try. Let's go ahead and do this. I think that I can just hand it... Choose operating system, use custom. And then I think I can just go down here. And then go to... Let's try the NetBSD RPi image. Choose storage. There's the one. Yes. Apply OS customizations. No. No, I would not like to apply OS customizations. Would you like to continue? Yes. They really need to use colors on this thing. Muting. Alright, so that's going to right away. And I've got my capture card plugged in, and I've got my USB keyboard plugged in, so we'll see how that works. I think that it should be able to run the ARM v6 on the Raspberry Pi 3, no problem. It should be able to run an older operating system. It just may not detect some of the newer features of it or whatever. Hopefully it won't have a problem with the USB 3 versus USB 2. I can just swappy doodle the whatchamadoodles. Okay, what else were we gonna do? Was there anything else to try? Oh, we had Bliss. We had Bliss to try here. So I'm gonna try Bliss. Oh. Okay, and then let me see what else we have. So, have I tried testnet yet? No, no, I haven't. Okay, Bliss with FFmpeg. Live PC mode. Installation. What the letter L does all this mean? PC mode? Eh? So why do systems support Plan 9? Is it just Go? Is it just Go that supports Plan 9, or is anything else support Plan 9? Okay, that didn't do what I thought it was going to do. What happened there? Installation. I think that's borked. Okay, so Bliss OS is a bust. So we can try just the regular Android desktop and see how that fares. All right, Android Live, and I'm suspecting this one's... Oh, this one worked. Okay, cool. And then let's see where this is at. Okay, it looks like my Raspberry Pi image is ready to pull out, so I'm going to pull it out. And I'm going to put the card in there. And this was NetBSD, right? Yeah, NetBSD. Sweet. This is exactly what I want to see. I'm very, 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 very much looking forward to what we find out when we do this one. Let me see if I can get the live source open on the screen here. Do I want to do method, window capture, display capture? Is this... It's not doing anything yet. Okay, great. Okay, we're going to cancel that one. I'm going to pick another display capture. Video capture device. Add existing. At 4KP, 1080p. We're not going to make the source visible yet. Device is going to be live stream video device. Preset is going to be, yeah, we'll just go with high. And then momentarily, this should pop up and be on overlay. So, all right, cool. The only problem with this is that it is so small that I myself cannot see it. Anybody else see that? Okay. Whoop, whoop. All right, so we blew up the screen a little bit. I'm going to check comments again. Canadian Brian, are you one of the ancients? How do you know about all these things? I don't know what this means. Good. Hey, there's a new release. What? I'm a little confused. Hey. Crap. I gotta open up my torrenter. What is with the propaganda? It's so weird. I'm here to try an operating system, not to be told the message. But I guess, you know, it's poor souls like us who need the message most of all. All right. Okay, cool. So we've got ARM. That's a QCOW. I don't know what to do with that. At least not with UTM. Ah! I'll be really interested to try running these things. Okay, is that thing done yet? It's just growing. The CG, whatever that means. Oh, it's doing its first boot initialization of the drive. I get it. I get it. Oh, not October, November. Sweet. I'm getting the latest and greatest. Interesting. Cool. Thanks for that. My beard is long and gray, I said in a youthful voice. All right, and then let's see. Okay, detecting Android 86 found. Doesn't seem like much is going on there. Okay, I'm going to try Triblix. I think that this is dead, so we're just going to power that right on off. And then let's try Triblix. I just want to see if these Illumos S's are some. This is dumb. This is for completion. It's for my entertainment. Nobody is going to be using Webi on Plan 9 or Triblix. Oh, so nice. Oh, so nice. Oh, I realize now that I'm still just showing the Raspberry Pi screen this whole time while I'm moving around doing some other things. Okay, we're going to make the Raspberry Pi screen go away for a minute. And let's see if this... this works. Okay, nah, that's not doing anything. Let's bring this back. It's taking a long time, that BSD. A long time. But this is cool. This is neat. Alright, probing for devices. Alright, so once more, I get sucked into research rather than doing the real task at hand. Okay, can I run it on a Spark instance in the cloud? That's what I want to know. What? macOS 9.2.1? How in the world is that possible to run? I want to get that. And then what ARM version is this? ARM 64. I want an ARM 6. That's what I really want. Arch Linux. That'd be interesting to try out. I just don't have the heart for it. Oh, interesting. So this is there too. Android 64. Or 2.4. Okay, so something happened somewhere. I just saw a change out of the corner of my eye. Was it this one? Okay, select default keyboard. I think we're going to be stuck in the same situation here as before where we... Oh, no, it looks like keyboard was recognized. Cool. Configuring devices. Wow. I've tried so many operating systems today. Hey, Burns. Android on x86 is cool. Except that I guess if I used one of these images, then it should work, right? So let me go ahead and download this image. Okay, and Solaris. Actually, that was one of the ones that I wanted to try, was Solaris. But I think we're up to Solaris 11 now. And this would be Solaris 9, so I'm not sure how helpful that is. And these are old versions of Ubuntu. I wonder what that's about. I wonder how ReactOS is going. It's been interesting. Are they up to Windows NT now? Well, they're hiring someone. That's cool. Wait, Google's still doing Summer of Code? I thought they quit that. Huh. Do they have a what's the current status? Okay, I see something over here happening. I don't know why something over there probably means that something here did. Okay, so here I think I just type root, right? Okay. Foibled by the default username and password. Triblix default username and password. I should probably will find that on the Triblix site if I just go there. Oh, username is Jack. Password is Jack. Okay. Oh. uname-srm. Add the OP. All right, there we are. Cool. So confirmed how this works. And that was Triblix. So I'm going to make a note here of Triblix. Then that was PC. And then uname, srmop, Sun OS 5.11, i86 PC, i386, Illumos. All right, we're going to add SunOS to the list here. So sweet. What's it going to do? Oh, Raspberry Pi. Let's check on the Raspberry Pi. All right, so it's ready for login. And I'm going to grab ye old USB keyboard here and try root. And see how far that gets me. Does it say anything about who I need to log in as? Raspberry Pi, sweet. All right, uname -srm. NetBSD. What? 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 Can anybody read that? Hold on, I'm going to see if I can grab that on the other screen as well. Hold on. Where's QuickTime? Where are you, QuickTime? Why can't I find you? Which screen did you decide to open on? I don't know if I'm supposed to try screen recording. No. Okay. Movie recording. All right. This is not working out very well. I have no idea what that says. It looks like it says EV Barn. EVB ARM. Holy shiz dogs. That's the information I needed, though. I'm gonna try to make this scale weirdly on another screen. Can I get this up to like a bajillion %? It's weird. It's like an analog. Can anybody read that? I can't read that. Something has gone wrong with the resolution detection. I'm going to try plugging in to this monitor and swapping my monitors real quick. Evaluation board ARM. Okay, gotcha. Have you tried Linux for the M1 Max? Yeah. I mean, I haven't run it directly on the Apple Silicon. No, David, you are on the wrong channel. This is not, I am not doing Dash work today. I am not on Dash channel. Non-GNU Linux distro. Well, that's what, Alpine is as well. Muscle. I have a Linux KVM for Android. Oh, okay. KVM in this case meaning hypervisor. My dad has a Solaris CD from the 90s. Sweet. I think ReactOS is the basis of Wine. I don't think so. I think that ReactOS came out much later than Wine. Wine and WSL1 are equivalent. Wine is not an emulator. Wine is implementing syscalls on top of I learned a little bit more about this looking into some of this ARM and x86 and ARM64 on ARM v7, or reverse that, ARM v7 on ARM 64 stuff. You can register a loader with the operating system, and well, I guess that doesn't really, that's how Rosetta works. It's not how Wine works, although I think Wine could work like Rosetta, because I think it's how WSL works. Anyway, point is, wine is you're implementing Windows syscalls on top of the Linux kernel. All right. EVBARM. And so the other thing that this is saying is EVBARM. No, EARM V6HF. Is that what we're getting? Because that's gold right there. That is exactly what I was looking for. That was exactly what I was expecting. I need to turn this all into a table. This is like the dumbest format I could have chosen for this. Okay, so I do want to try this again. Okay, no O. That makes sense because that's the same, so I don't need to note that twice. Okay. All right, so I want to see if FreeBSD reports the same or different. So we're gonna be cruel. It's a cruel, cruel world. I'm just gonna unplug this. Boom. Unplugged. And we're gonna rewrite the SD card for a FreeBSD. Now, why is it EABI? I thought that was a GNU thing. Hold on a second here. David asks, when do you return? We shall see. I'm a mercenary, and the money has dried up. So there is a meaningful project that is on the horizon for me with Dash, but right now things are dire and the community is voting wrong to their demise. So that's kind of frustrating to me, because not from the perspective of losing the work, but from the perspective of, I actually believe that there is some need and some possibility in Dash, and I'm ticked off that people are in panic mode and doing stupid rather than focusing on the things that are important that are going to lead to success. But that said, I will, the next thing I do, oops, will probably be to help out with some of the BLS signature stuff. That's probably going to be my next task there. Okay, so where was my net BSD notes? Yeah, this definitely would be better in table form. Maybe I could get a GPT to write it in table form for me. So it's EARM for EABI. Got it. This is so good. Okay, now my next trick was going to be let's see, we have Android UTM. I'm interested to see what that is. Oh, interesting. Oh, perhaps my problem was that I didn't choose a new enough, or I don't know. All right, we're gonna let that boot up. But while that's doing that, I'm going to get that Raspberry Pi Mabob back here. And I want to look at FreeBSD ARM v6 image and see if it has the same reporting. Hey, Canadian, do you... No, well, I could call you Brian. No, I'll just call you Canadian. That sounds more... I mean, Brian's such a... When I think Brian, I think chicken Brian with goat cheese. Amazing dinner at, oh dang, now I'm blanking on the name, Carrabba's. When I think of Brian spelled that way, at least, as opposed to with an I. But Canadian, now if I say Canadian, not anybody is named Canadian, you know? How many people are going to respond to that if I say Canadian? But anyway, what was my question? My question was, do you know how it will... What do you know where to get a list of what the uname outputs are for ARM on NetBSD? I would really like that. Okay, I need to go back over here and look at RPi. And on XZ, keep FreeBSD 13 for the RPi. So we're going to do that one first, and then we will do... the other one, the 64-bit, the release 14. Okay, so the frustrating part about this is almost all operating systems -M for machine gives valuable information. Where we have a conflict is with Darwin, -P gives useless information, because it will call ARM64 just ARM, but then On NetBSD, it seems that the -m gives useless information and the -p gives useful information. And because it just says ARM when you do -m, but when you do -p, then it actually tells you, okay, this is a hard float. Okay. And now that one just appeared. So we're going to try the ARM v6 first. So I'm really pleased with how fast this is, by the way. So we're just going to overwrite this thing again. No, we're not going to apply that. Yes, we're going to erase it. We're okay with it. Okay. Let me go back. What I meant about the Wine thing is that a Win syscall were reverse engineered in the React OS and then used in Wine? But I thought that Wine started first and React OS was more recent. Am I mistaken in that? Oh, I'm definitely wrong. Defiantly wrong or definitely wrong? Pick one. You're either defiantly wrong or you're definitely wrong. And I'm not sure what defiantly wrong would be. That would be very, very interesting in an improv game to say, you are Jerry and you are defiantly wrong. All right, Android might be booting. It seems like it's been doing nothing for a very, very long time here. I'm more interested in Sun OS at this point. But we'll see what happens on that front. I need to get back in the low-level programming. You used to use C++ a lot. Well, that's I'm glad that you're not using C++ a lot anymore. Using C is forgivable, since sometimes it is necessary to use. Using C++ is not forgivable. That is immoral and unprofessional. What certifications do you think I should get? You could get certified insane. There are actually a few people on the channel that come in the chat that I think might be insane. I'm not 100% sure that I'd want them as dinner guests. This is how I feel with my freelance work. About what? Sorry, I missed that. So I don't know what country are you based in, because here in the United States, certifications don't mean anything. You get a certification to get an entry-level job. You don't get a certification to level up. If that makes sense. It just means it's embedded ABI, that it's an ELF binary format thing. Okay. What is Dash? There are several Dash projects. So there is... okay. So when Bitcoin was overtaken by venture capital and the project was essentially trashed, not to say that it was great to start with, but there were some ideas that were really just taken off the rails once the venture capital took over and the original people got kicked out of the project and the whole like hijacking of Bitcoin took place. So Dash was created to continue in that original vision where there would be low transaction fees, where at some point in the future the transactions would be scalable, etc., that there would be some sense of security. And so Dash is the OG DAO for like, I don't think that Dash is a scam. I know that it can be just like all the other ones, but I think that there's some legitimate value in what Dash had been doing before a bunch of things happened, and when all these cryptocurrency crashes, pardon my French for using a valid term to discuss some silly idea, but the cryptocurrency projects, as all of the scams and Ponzi schemes started folding over the last couple of years, Dash was collateral damage. So there was a Visa card program that actually worked. I actually paid for things in Dash with a physical card. Or was it a MasterCard? I think it was a MasterCard, not a Visa card. I think I might still have it around here. Yeah, I do. There might still be some money on it, but if there is, I can't use it. I think I probably lost $50 or so in total. But this thing. So they were actually focused on trying to be money. And yeah, the Debian Almquist shell is not what we're talking about here. And I don't know about AI. But yeah, so Dash, but with all of the things, it's complicated. But anyway, I think that there's still a chance that Dash could accomplish the goals of being money, but there's a lot of people that are freaked out because with all the crashes and the price of Dash going down and Dash being funded by the Dash Treasury, rightly so, this is cause for concern, that Dash needs to, I don't want to explain, it's too complicated. But basically, there's this project that's been worked on for the last 7 or 8 years. It's a dead-end project from my point of view. It's got no unique value. It maybe would have had some unique value if it had been released in the first year rather than now. And people want to put all of the money that's left over towards completing that project so that they can feel like they have a sense of closure, is basically my take. Is that, you know, that they want a sense of closure and that you know, that something can happen. And what they really should do is just abandon it, say, okay, invested in it for 7 years and it was a ridiculous idea and oops, we won't make that mistake again in the future. But they're kind of doubling down on, we got to finish it. It's gonna revitalize Dash, and if it does, yeah, well, then good for them. I'm wrong, and they were, you know, putting their eggs in the right basket. We shall see. Okay, so now, whoops, I'm not sure what to make of this. Hold on. I don't know what this means. But this is free BSD right now. That doesn't look like it's booting to me. I might have to call that one. This is a graphics driver bug. Okay, I can believe that. Remember this video when Evo revolutionizes the world, but nobody can explain what Evo is or what it does or who would want to use it. It is one of the most cut and dry cases of the Emperor has no clothes. It's just, that is what it is. No, you cannot explain what it is. You cannot explain. All people will say is, oh, it's going to make the price go up. How? It's going to revolutionize the world. Okay, great. In what way? Evo is the next Amazon. So I don't know if you're trolling me or if you're serious. Like, this is the thing. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. Okay, is Darwin based on NetBSD? I don't know. I know there is a reverse engineered Windows. Well, Windows NT was a reverse engineered DC Except I don't think that it's reverse engineered. I think the code came over in a suitcase. I think it was just normal engineered. Okay. I'm going to give this one more shot. We'll see if it's a graphics driver bug in FreeBSD or if it's just a fluke, because sometimes with Raspberry Pi and SD cards, sometimes fluke happen. If this lasts for more than 10 seconds, then I'm going to assume that it's not just a fluke. Okay. All right, we're moving on. So last thing that we have to do there. Also, Android never booted. So I'm going to give up on Android here. And I'm going to try the Solaris. I'm really, really interested in that. Sun Solaris. Nice. Wait a minute. Can't open boot device. How about uname -srm? I don't know what to do with this. Maybe there's something I'm missing here, because I didn't actually look at the documentation for this stuff. So maybe I need to do something. To boot from HDD, type boot disk 0 at BIOS. Okay. That was easy. But there's no 12 million in value. Like, I don't understand, David. I don't understand. Please enter your username. How about I don't? All right. Okay. Okay. Maybe root? Yes! Oh, good. Good old Adobe. Wow! Wait, this looks like Mac OS 9. This is a Unix system! I know this!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, y'all. I had that thing in the way. Sorry. Dyslexia strikes again! Rust and Go are my go-to these days. Great! Add Zig to the list. USA! USA! I used to have an Ethereum card. Evo is the next name. Okay. Not sure if I can share a link here, but a lot of the arcane knowledge related to valid targets can be found in config.guest sub. Okay, cool. I will check this out. Thank you very much. But wait, that's GNU stuff. How much of BSD is GNU? Noted. All right. Freelance comment was about how you're a mercenary and there's no money. Yes. So, I mean, here's the thing. I did not originally believe in the project. I just, threw it under the bus with all the other cryptocurrency stuff. But through time and money, because at first I came in purely as a mercenary. So I don't really want to do this, but you really want me to do this, so I will do it. A friend of mine hired me for some work, and he was very adamant. It was very important to him. And yeah. So anyway, decentralized data storage, but it's not decentralized. I mean, like, this is the thing with people in the blockchain spaces. They do not understand the word decentralized. Like, they don't understand the dictionary definition, the common definition, decentralized means that there is not a central authority. If you have a hive mind, it is not decentralized. Decentralized would be that individual nodes can act independently to create scale, which means that if you have one node that can hold 1 terabyte of data, and then you have another node that can hold 1 terabyte of data, then you should be able to hold more than 1 terabyte of data between the two nodes. Now, 2 nodes isn't really a good example because technically you'd only hold 1 terabyte. But let's say that you have 10 nodes that have 1 terabyte of data. You should be able to hold more than 1 terabyte of data. You should be able to hold close to 5 terabytes of data if you have 10 nodes that have 1 terabyte of data available each. That is a decentralized system. A decentralized system, you get cumulative benefit as the system scales. You do not get a cumulative detriment. You do not lose CPU power. You do not lose storage capacity. And the way that Evo is architected, whatever the minimum size of the minimum node is, and the minimum speed is the fastest that the network can go. So you cannot add more powerful systems to the network to get greater capacity. Whichever is the slowest system. Now, what you could do is you could POSI ban systems that are too slow. For those of you that aren't aware of the Dash terminology, which would be everybody except for David, that's proof of service ban. So a proof of service ban is you are not adequately delivering services. So if you were to do, the equivalent of a slow Loris attack, you would get POSI banned because you would not be delivering valuable services in time. Okay, let me go ahead and fetch the other thing here while I was going on that rant. This could have been almost done. I bet there's an Android release for Raspberry Pi, is there not? I should check that out real quick before I call it a night on this. Okay, RPi, AR64 boot only. I think that's the one I need. No, this is the one I need. So it just... yeah. All right, let me go. Muting. I could have sworn I unmuted, but apparently I didn't, but I'm glad I realized that. So what you must test to see. My question is, well, test what? I did testing. The last thing that I did was testing and was trying to get documentation up so that other people would be able to test. But yeah. I had FreeBSD running in Virtual Manager on Linux. So I have Proxmox, and I could probably... I don't think I'd have a problem getting BSD running there, but since I was able to run it in UTM, that's good enough for me. It is sad that most of the Unix distros died. I don't know which ones are alive and which ones aren't. Yeah, so the $12 million in value, I already responded to that. This is on a Pi. That may work better. 98 times 4,000 times 31 is 12 million. What is there not to understand? But that 12, there is no value. No one is exchanging. So if you, let's say it was gold, right? If you have gold and you put it in a safe, okay? And you buy a different safe and you put the gold in the different safe, the value of the gold has not changed, right? So if people were moving gold back and forth without any commerce, so they're not purchasing anything else, they're just, I'm going to move gold across the state line. Now I'm going to move gold back across the state line. Now I'm going to move gold across the state line again. There is no value in that. So in order for there to be value, you have to exchange something that you have that someone else wants for something that you want. That's what value is. You can't just say that, oh, well, some people moved from the other system to the new system, therefore the new system is valuable. No, there is no value. No value has been created. They simply moved dash from one wallet to another wallet. That's not value. You can't say the wallet is worth $12 million. No, the dash that's in the wallet is worth $12 million. The wallet has whatever value the wallet has. I forget the name of the DE. I don't know what that means. Most Unix distros use, but it was the basis of GNOME. Oh, desktop environment. What Mac OS has in most other desktop environments. Okay. Well, this is really interesting. Oh, and then did I do this?
It's a Unix system. I know this.
I think I did that. I wasn't sure if I was... Something else happened. Oh, that's when I realized that the screen was covered up. Okay, so... I ought to try... There is something I have that might run in this. Okay, so I'm going to click my pointer. So I need to Control Opt at the same time to release the pointer. Okay. Oh, this is so cool. What's in the Opt folder? I think that I have somewhere the Jurassic Park file that should run on this, I think. I think it's for SunOS. Anyway, so I'm here. Where do I want to go? I want to open up the terminal. How would I open the terminal? I can open the web browser? That's great. Oh, I've got my 4 desktops. Yeah, this reminds me a lot of when I first tried Linux. Nice. Netscape 2001. Can I get to... Oh, no. Let's see if we can get to example.com. All right. How many ways can I misspell example.com? We're going to find out. Yes! I don't know how to exit out of this. That's not the one. Well, I don't think that did it either. I think that minimized it. Oh, no, that might have killed it. Okay, what do I... Is this minimize? Close. Okay, cool. All right. How do I get to the terminal? Can I open up like bin sh or something? Lightning. Hey, look, they had emojis. Who would have known? Android debugger. No way. I secretly believe. Whoa! ZSH was a thing back then? That's probably something different. What? Okay. All right, well, that was interesting. Was option control gets me out of this? I'm just going to give that one the finger. Does this have any notes in it about how to run it? Oh, I forgot that one was still running. That was a bad idea to run two at the same time. No notes. Okay. And then, is this done? This is done. Okay, so we're going to see what NetBSD is like on Raspberry Pi when it's the right version. Here it comes. ARM64. Sweet. Oh. Where's my any key? There it is. Hit the any key. Just in time, too. All right. I'm going to look through and see if there was anything else in here that looked important. Oh, did we try OpenBSD at all? I don't think we did, but I think that's okay. Well, I would like to... I don't want to deal with it. Okay, so Androids... So what was Mac OS? So Plan 9, that's the one thing that we did not get around to trying. We could try it AMD 64, we could try it on the Pi. I think it's of limited value. All right. So this one, we're going to take that back off the screen. I think that that's just going to run for a while. So it's resizing the disk, and for some reason it takes forever. We will try Plan 9. And then that's the end of all these things. Okay, stop. Wait, have we been running? Maybe the reason the Android one didn't boot was because another one was still running. Maybe that Triblix one was still technically running, or I didn't quit it the right way or something. But Let's see plan 9 real quick, and then let's call that the end of that. Okay. Okay. Gun zip. Keep. Well, let's go into plan 9s here. Yeah, he might be a total troll. I don't know. Been seriously trolling, maybe. I mean, it's just, I come across people who seem to actually believe impossible things about money. They think that money is magic. Yeah, macOS is a BSD system, yes. ZSH is old. Really? Really? I thought that it was, maybe it's just, oh, my ZSH makes it seem new. So, ZSH, ZFS. Bash dates to the 80s. ZSH is from the 90s. Interesting. I thought Fish was from the 90s. How do you get your freelance clients? Okay, let me actually go back here. I'm gonna answer that one. Let me go back. It's just a script used by portable software that uses GNU configure scripts to determine what flavor of Unix software is built in. Oh, all right, you're talking about the automake thing? I'm trying to get out of freelancing, but I need the money. I think there is an Android Pie. Yeah, let's check that out. Let's just see. That'll be interesting to see. That may also be really enlightening. I'd love to try it on the B+. That's where I really want to... I want to learn for myself. And did we have Android in this list of things? All right. I have a Raspberry Pi 3. That's what I actually have. General purpose OSs. I do not see Android in the list. I don't see Android here. I don't see Android here. Oh, Android. There we go. We'll get there. Okay. Okay, so I am going to get back to that question in just a second. Linux and BSD distros are better than Windows. Well, better in terms of performance, sure. Better in terms of people being able to do what they want. They can't run Excel on them, and that's the primary purpose of Windows, is to run Excel. Okay, so, and then you say try games, but I don't know what you mean by try games. How do you get freelance clients? Basically, I'm just a loudmouth. I talk about the stuff that I'm interested in and that I'm working on. And I go out to lunch with people from time to time. I go to meetups. I stream what I'm working on. That's one of the ways that I let people know what I'm interested in and what I'm doing. Okay. We'll try that Android once again when I'm not already using the x86 emulation. Okay, Plan 9 console. Here we go, baby. Oh, it's Glenda. I don't know what to do with this. Let's try that again. Maybe I missed something vitally important in the first few seconds here. Oh, okay. I see what happened. Kind of. I was just supposed to hit enter and I started typing because I thought it was a prompt. Alright, do we have our Pi image done yet? Wait, is our Pi booted? Oh, okay. Wait. Our Pi finally booted over here. So there it finally booted. I think I just typed root on this again. Is that what it was? Okay. This is probably going to be all exactly the same information, which is good. So -O will also give free BSD, and -P will give AR6. Okay, great. All right, cool. I've tried more operating systems today than years I've been alive. For finding Android? Ah. So just being myself. Yeah, that's how I've gotten clients. But I mean, I've done this for years. I've got a blog that was really popular at one point. So at one point, I was putting out enough stuff that Google would spell correct. Like if you typed in cool AJ86 wrong, if you typed in Kula 86 or Kuaj 86 or whatever, you would get auto corrected on Google. Did you mean cool AJ86? So at one point, I was pretty darn prolific, especially back in the early days. So I mean, I've got blog articles for how to do all sorts of stuff. I have a bunch of projects that I have run. So, I mean, we're talking since the 1900s. I've been writing blog articles. No, since 2006. And even before then, but I don't think I have stuff ported over from before 2006. And then, you know, there are years when I do a lot, like 2021. And then some of the stuff I decided to make my blog not just tech for a while. So I have I have food recipes on here in a few places, but 99% of this stuff is technical. And then I've got my GitHub repository. I run webinstall.dev. I run telebit.io. I run, what's another one on my project? Let's Encrypt. I have Greenlock is the most popular Let's Encrypt client for Node.js. So haven't published it in a while, but it does what it needed to do. So that was it. Let's see. So yeah, I'm prolific. I tell people, when people ask me, what are you up to this weekend? It doesn't matter who they are. I'll say what I was doing. I'll say, oh yeah, I was working on, I was installing a bunch of BSDs to be able to figure out what types of computers match for different developer tools, different versions of installing developer tools. This is actually one of the hardest things to describe what I'm working on right now. Okay, anyway, so that's all I wanted to do with that, I think. Oh, actually, I was really interested to see what is Etsy issue. Do we have Etsy issue? No, we don't. Okay. I was just kind of curious. I am all uptight trying to seem professional. Yeah, I don't think you got to do that. Oh, there may not be autocomplete? That seems ridiculous. I can't accept that as true. But there might not be. I might have... should I don't... Okay, let's see how long it takes to boot back into it. I do want to see if there is an Etsy issue. It seems like that's a pretty standard Unix thing for a long time. Okay, let's try this. You are I'm your stereotypical autistic nerd. Well, I don't really know what a stereotypical autistic nerd is like, but it seems like a lot of people in the comments claim autism. Are you actually autistic, or are you kind of think you're autistic, or you feel autistic? Have a hard time getting past interview questions, but an easy time actually programming. I have never had to apply for a job. Yeah. Well, the grocery store. Let me put it this way. Obviously, I've applied for jobs because I have had jobs. I mean, that may not be obvious because it may not be obvious that I've had jobs. But I have never done cold applications. I've never done a cold application. I've always known people who are looking for someone that does a thing. And sometimes it's been opportunities that initially I wasn't that interested in, but again, I was just the mercenary. So there was one person wanted to pay me $30 to help set up a server and do some security stuff on it. It's like 30 or $60 or $100. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was in that range. Less than $1,000 for sure. Less than $500. More than $20. Anyway, so I thought, okay, I'll go over, I'll help him out with this thing, and then that's it. And then he wanted me to do some more work, and he wanted me to do some more work. And I was kind of, hey, look, I just wanted some weekend date money. I wasn't really thinking this was going to be an ongoing thing. But then he was, persistent, and the work was interesting. And so I did it. And I've had that kind of scenario happen a few times where at first I was just in it because, okay, this is easy for me to do. This is something that I'm going to knock out in an afternoon, and I'm going to make the money, and I'm going to, but then it transitions and I do a little bit of work and I discover, oh, I actually really like this. Like with Dash. With Dash, I did not think that I was going to be, I was working pretty much full time for Dash for a while. Oh no. It doesn't like that it wasn't mounted. Dual console, serial primary, video secondary. I don't know what it's talking about. Oh no. I don't know what to do here. I don't know about the serial console. Can I do Control-Alt-Delete? Syncing disk. Okay, let's let it reboot and see if I get lucky and this next time it allows me to log in. Because I don't know what to do from here without it letting me log in. Okay, loading kernel, yada yada blah. Well, what a fun time we've had together today. There may not be autocomplete. ZSH does... Base ZSH does not have autocomplete. Diogenes at 6. What does that mean? What? No. Diogenes. No. Diginos. I don't know what Digino... That makes no sense to me. I do not know what that was. There was some research paper written on by a neuroscientist doing here a doctorate at Emory in Atlanta. Local cafe just hired me, was confirmed to be autistic. You were confirmed to be autistic at 6. Okay. Yeah, so I've known a few autistic people. I feel like I get along with them mostly. Have you tried remote work? Because some people who are really good at writing but not really good at interviewing can get the remote work done. But that's tough, man. That's tough. I think that, yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I think being excited about things is what has gotten me work. Mostly. Okay, I don't know what to do with this. It says it wasn't properly dismounted, but what does it want me to do about it? I didn't see any options. And I don't know how to... I don't know what to do with this. I don't know why it thinks that there's a serial console. I certainly don't know what to do about it. How do I make video primary? I'm trying Alt, F1, F2, F3. Trying all the Alts. I don't know what to do. All right, I'm just going to unplug it and reformat the card with Android and see what Android says, because I got the most vital information out there. The Etsy issue would just be nice. Okay, I'm going to get rid of all these. I'm going to mute again. Oh, whoop, and I'm going to take that off the screen since that's not doing anything important. I'm going to mute again. Whoa, you were doing linear algebra at age 6? I have not done linear algebra. You just get cheap people all the time. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man, because I'm not really good at social cues myself, but I'm good enough to get work, and I don't worry about my own insecurity anymore. So if I think, man, I don't know if I'm worth it this much for this job, I just quote that price anyway, because the worst thing that someone's going to say is no. But pretty much what's happened every time I've raised my prices is people don't blink. They just, I mean, the number of times I've had discussion around price really basically has just been Corona. When everybody, that was when Corona started. That was I don't know if I want to say challenging. It had a unique set of challenges for sure, but it wasn't like I was suffering, but I had to make adjustments and I had to change things up. Lots of money dried up when Corona started. And that was probably the first time that I went backwards in pay, that I wasn't doing it on purpose because that's just what I wanted to do, because I'd rather do something I was interested in for less money or something like that. That was the first time where I took a step down out of necessity rather than interest. But in general, and I've worked on very specific things. Okay, so the first thing that I worked on out of college was a radar system. So I've been working with embedded devices since the beginning, and I've always had an interest in that stuff, even back then. So the Raspberry Pi came out after I was already working full-time at the radar company. Just work on Evo for free. Yeah. Well, yeah, I've never dipped my toe into linear algebra. But like doing that at age 6, that's crazy. Doing calculus at age 6 is crazy, because most people, the part of their brain that handles that, it's not a matter of being smart or not being smart. It's literally the part of their brain that handles that is not developed yet. And my guess is possibly, I shouldn't say probably, possibly, related to the autism thing, is that there's no way that your brain was developed enough to do that either, right? So that some sacrifice was made. Your brain gave up something to do something else. Because our brains aren't fully developed until, developed and mapped until we're about 25. And I imagine you probably already know this. But, so if your brain is extra good at something, the neurons have to be mapped. So if your brain is extra good at something, it means that it is somewhat of a zero-sum game. You can't be perfect in all regards. Your brain has to not map something else if it's mapping more of a thing. So your brain, I can only imagine your brain must have given up something in order to make the space for that algebra. Maybe part of it I wonder if it's because autism drives you to hyper focus in a particular area or something. I don't know. I don't really know what all that's about, but okay. A lot of people in my family who don't understand and think $500 for a Django site is pushing. No, people charge $20,000 for Django sites. So $500 is not pushing it at all. People, I would imagine that being autistic since 6, there are things that you struggle with that you do at a very poor level. And so when people don't recognize your brain's giving up one thing to hone in on something else, and you're much better at the technical side of things, and you might be young. Maybe right now you're 12, or maybe right now you're 18, or maybe right now you're 22. I don't know how old you are. I don't need to know how old you are, but you could be young. And if you're young, then it could be that your people don't understand the value of the problems that you're solving, because linear algebra, those are problems that most people can't understand the value of. If you told them that you had a degree in some type of engineering, they could understand the value of that, but they wouldn't know how linear algebra is associated with it. Yeah, autistic people have less neurons for the social skills. Basically, normal people are hardwired to be social. Yeah, that's what the paper was on. 28, no degree, no certs. 28, no degree, no certs. You don't need a degree or certs. I mean, so here's the thing. I would say, personally, now, again, are you living in Europe or are you in the United States? Because if you're in the United States, I know in Europe, well, I believe I've heard in Europe, they're bigger on certificates. I know people in Europe that seem to value certificates more. In the United States, certificates don't mean anything unless you're young. If you're 16 and you've got some certificates, wow, that's cool. Or you're entering a field, or if they're highly specialized certificates, like for example, Cisco or AWS. Those, part of the way they run their business is by selling certificates to customers. So they want to sell a certified person, but that's not the majority of the industry. If you can communicate value, I think that's the most important thing, is if you can show, do you have projects you've worked on that are interesting? This disk was not readable by your computer. Great. Eject it. Okay, it's done. Okay. And I'll also try running the Android again now that I realize that I had some VMs still running over here. This one, what am I supposed to do here? Oh, it's asking me questions. I should have put XGA. That should have been fine, but whatever. It didn't have a question mark. I thought it was just showing me boot up information. I was going to go do something again. Warning scanning. I don't know. What is this doing? And then I do not see. I've got nothing over here. So it does not appear that Android is booting. So do I have the light? Let's try that again. Yeah, I got nothing over here. I restarted the capture device just in case, because sometimes when the capture device switches, Yeah, I got nothing. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm gonna see this again. USA, they're big on certs. Who's big on certs? MS Developer Certs, GA Department of Justice website. Oh, government? Yeah, I could see government wanting certs. All right, user is Glenda. Monitor is LC, whoops. LCD. Oh, well, whatever. That works. Well, no uname on plan 9. Alright, I'm done with that. So let me go ahead and just delete a bunch of these. Deleted. 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 And I want to try running this one again. See what happens. Couldn't open the file because it doesn't exist. That's reasonable. Oh, okay. Okay, we're going to delete that one. And I moved it to a different location, so we're going to open it up from the new location. I put it under Androids. All right. Let me check comments here again. The weirdos in Atlanta. Can't spell to save my life. It's possible to use Grammarly in these chats. If not, I create a plugin for that. I don't know. I was talking about the family in my circle. Oh, it's important for them. They believe it's important. I don't think certs are important. I don't know what cert... Because most certifications, they are part of someone selling something, not part... So you would get a certification if you are working as a consultant for a company. So if you are working as a consultant for Amazon, you would get certified because Amazon is selling the customer on the certification. They're not you're not selling a customer on a certification. Amazon is selling a customer on a certification. Okay. Let's try out the Django cert from Meta. Yeah, so Meta is selling certs, right? Like they are trying to create new business opportunities and find a way to do what IBM and Microsoft are doing, which makes sense because Meta was largely funded by Microsoft. I don't know how much of Meta is owned by Microsoft now, but Microsoft was one of the big forces behind Meta. There was a number of things that have happened that's clear on. So Microsoft is going to want. So for example, Messenger.com was owned by Microsoft, but they gifted it to Meta. One second here. Okay, I need to check some messages. Okay. Well, I guess I don't need to because nothing was happening before, but... All right. I think I want to take a break and then come back. I think there's still a possibility I could make good progress on this tonight. Like I said when I started, I was kind of having a slow boot, so I needed some distraction. I couldn't just get straight into the work, really. And this was great distraction. There we go. Bless me. But I figured out some more valuable information. And I don't know. I might just want to get a good night's sleep tonight. I really do want to work on this, but the motivation hasn't really been there today. I might just take some time to work on it by myself, not stream, because sometimes, most of the time streaming helps me to focus, but sometimes I just need to consume something else. I need to be able to have my brain entertained by someone else on, listen to a podcast, that kind of thing. Yeah. Let me get rid of that. Discardo. Refresho. Posto. All right. Okay. The way they used Python was just trash. I believe it. Yeah, I've been really. This is one of those things where I've wanted to create a course, but I don't want to teach what people want to learn. I want to teach how to program well, and that's not necessarily what the economic forces are driving us towards. You're not being rewarded for programming well. You're being rewarded for doing a 6-week boot camp in React. You know, it's crazy. Okay, what do we got here? So let me just take a quick look before I go. All right, so I modified this to have a get OS. I think what this ought to be. I don't know if that classification's right, but I think it's going to be okay anyway. Oh no, that's going to work on Gmail. Should be fine. Now, if I were to put this in a table form, let's see. I kind of want to. Is it worth it? Let me see about putting this in table form for a minute. So os -s -r -m -o -p. That's basically what we're up against here. Android. And the Android answer would be, whoops. Okay. So system is Linux. Revision is all that mess. Machine. Then we do. I actually didn't test this one. So I didn't test it. So I shouldn't put anything there. We could basically No, that is Android. No, wait, hold on. No, O is Android. Okay, free BSD. AR64 is towards the end. Error. Oh no. So same as -S. So release was this one. Machine was this one. And then we probably should have a place for a comment or something. Okay, so with this, I could pull this local so that I could get a better copy of it. So Android. Okay, let's just see what this has to do. All right, that's good. That's good. It's not as good as what I was hoping for, but this works. Okay. You're creating a course on Python. Great. Making a Godot course. Interesting. I used to contribute to Godot, the game engine. I don't know anything about that. I'm just going to use Wagtail CMS for the Django project. I don't know what that means. I don't do anything Python. I think that Python is a trash language. Actually, that's not true. I think that Python is great for learning. I think it's terrible for using. I would never recommend that anybody use it to build something, but I'd recommend anybody use it to learn programming. I think the one thing people don't understand about programming is first you need to learn how to program, then you pick a programming language. You don't pick a programming language and learn how to program. You learn how to program and then you pick a programming language. And so whatever language you learn with, that should not be the language that you build with. That's just the language that you learn with. This is good. All right, I'm going to take all this, I'm going to copy it locally, and I'm going to do some foo. I like to call that blah.md, my favorite. And I'm probably going to make this a little bit smaller so I can deal with formatting issues easier. Okay, we probably can make that, let's see. I don't know if we can make it that big or not. We'll see if that works. Looks like that might work. Okay, so Dragonfly. Oh, it is called Dragonfly. Okay, and then -O. air. And then dash P. I don't know, I didn't test it. Okay. Net BSD. And this one was error, and then it was x8664. Okay. So I didn't actually get to the revamping. I should probably retitle this thing. I think I'm going to retitle it right now. Okay. I've changed the title of the stream. All right. Okay, so okay, so we got the 9.3. And then this one was like that. Okay. So get rid of these. SRMP, okay. Okay, Lumos. Okay. So we're going to get all of this. I 386. Okay. Oh, whoops. Imsp. All right, Triblix was the same thing. Yeah, give us the exact same output. Okay. Open BSD. And then the arch. Okay. So nothing crazy there. Oh, it should probably look regular Linux on here, huh? Sorry I got quiet. I'm just doing some grunt work here. Hello! I know nothing about code, but I'm here for the vibes. Sorry, there's not a whole lot of vibes right now. Small business website would use Django, Microsoft CMS, call it a day. Build something quick, Python, something enterprise, no. I don't know. I wouldn't build something quick in Python. Because there's better alternatives. You could build something quick and go, right? Or you could build something quick. Python is not a good production language. So I'm responding to earlier comments, not the one that just came in. So yeah, I was I'm just formatting something into a table right now. So it's kind of boring, but come for the vibes and enjoy what you can enjoy with what there is to be enjoyed. Okay, so okay, we got that. Where did I put macOS? ARM. Ugh. Terrible. Thumbs down. Do not like. Okay, so whoops, that's not what I wanted. The problem with this one is we have a disparity between on Mac, -M gives useful information, -P gives useless information. But then over here on NetBSD, we have the opposite problem where -m gives useless information and -p gives the useful information. So, and then on Android, we have the problem that -s gives useless information, but -o gives useful information. So if -o is implemented, it's almost always, well, I'm not even going to put a thumbs down there. If -o is implemented, it's almost always better. So if it's not implemented, then -s is good in all cases. But where -o is implemented, it's either the same or better. Let's see here. So earlier, I downloaded and played with either on my Mac with UTM or on the Raspberry Pi, a dozen or so different Unixes and whatnot. I will bring that up momentarily. Let me go find that again. Yeah. So what we did here was we went through a bunch of different Androids. The Androids didn't boot. None of the Androids booted either on macOS or on the Raspberry Pi. We went through a bunch of different BSDs. I was able to boot Dragonfly in UTM. I was able to boot FreeBSD in UTM and on the Raspberry Pi. One of the versions of it, the ARM64 version, but not the ARMv6 version. NetBSD, I was able to boot the ARMv6 on the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, and then Illumos, I was able to boot 2 of them, but not this one. Not the Open Indiana, but the Ominos and the Triplex. SunOS, I was able to boot in UTM, which was interesting. I didn't actually report that one because it's an old version of Solaris. I probably should have reported it just because it's interesting to know. But anyway, yeah, so I went through a bunch of BSDs, OpenBSD, then I actually booted up Plan 9, was not able to get system information off of Plan 9. I don't know if SSH is implemented. I think I don't know what the point of Plan 9 is. I don't get it. It seems like it's a hobbyist thing, but it doesn't do anything useful. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, the main point of all that was to be able to build this table that I'm building right now. Oh, and then this one was unknown, right? Yeah, that's what that did. And so Linux Alpine, that one we also had. Let me go ahead and SSH back in here real quick. uname-srmop. And this actually puts it in the wrong order, interestingly enough. Well, not the wrong order, but not the order that I specified. I guess the order is not prescribed. Therefore, it is neither right nor wrong. Oh, interesting. Why would it be running a different kernel version? That's interesting. Okay. To be clear, I'm just better at Python, but Go and Rust are on the list of things to get good at. Yeah, Rust is one where I think it's very... You need to have a good reason to be learning Rust. Or you just love it. But Rust is not a general purpose language. You know, let's see if I survive through the week screaming such blasphemies, but yeah, it's not a general purpose language. Not like Go. Well, I mean, I guess okay, it is a general purpose language. It's not a web. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. If you love Rust, Rust is a great language. And if you if you love Rust, use Rust. But I wouldn't recommend somebody learning Rust to get a job in it. I'd recommend people learning Go to get a job in it. So this is going to be Linux. It's going to give me some numbers. It's going to be some good information. I actually need to boot this back up real quick because I don't know what it tells me. For the -P, and I want to know. My guess is it's going to say... I don't know what it's going to say. That's going to be really interesting to see. Oh, it's going to say unknown. Because it doesn't do... That's right. I know what it says. I'm going to double check on it, but it's going to say GNU Linux and it's going to say unknown. Because that's why I went and tested it on the other ones. How do I feel about Node.js? I love JavaScript. I hate the ecosystem and the community. I think it's an incredibly difficult language to learn. And it's a bunch of people that are just having too much fun pretending to be smart. Rather than focusing on serious engineering. Okay, I think this table is the winning table. I think that maybe there's a little bit too much information. All right, so there we are. Could this be made any thinner? Probably not, but I don't think most people are looking at it that way. So this would be probably the size more people would be looking at it, and that works out. Okay, so there's one more thing that I want to change here, which is I did want to throw in over here that because, or maybe not thumbs down, maybe just a warn. Let me try with a warn. Yeah. That feels more fair. Thumbs down is a little too judgy. Not that I have a problem with being judgy. Okay. Let me go back through comments here for a minute. Porting my games to Go.4. I'm going to rewrite all the GD script to Rust. Okay, cool. I want my games to be fast. But of course. I'm writing an article on how system-level languages are cheaper in the long run. Yeah, but you got to get to the long run is the thing, right? I mean, consider your own situation. You're making $500 on a Django site, right? There is no long run. The long run doesn't exist. So there's and there's lots of other forces. There's so much at play. Economics are so complex because you deal with a lot of social stuff too. So yeah, I mean, I think Zig is my jam. That's the one that I feel great about. I love JavaScript. I am kind of working on my own language that will run in browsers and in runtimes like Node and Bun. Because I think that the problem with JavaScript is that it's far too large and we need a smaller language, but we need a language that doesn't require transpiling and can still... basically, we need a language that is designed for tool-assisted coding. And it needs to be a language that can run in runtimes. It needs to be able to run in JavaScript core, in V8, in browsers, on the server. But it needs to be not JavaScript or TypeScript, but it needs to be typed. And you can create a language that runs without transpiling, that is typed, because the typing is in the tooling. The typing's always been in the tooling. I mean, if you're programming in C, the typing is in the tooling. You can force the compiler to do dumb things and get past the type system. And there's not really much of a type system at that. You know, it doesn't even distinguish between a pointer and an integer. Yeah, you can write wonderful JavaScript if you don't try to write all of JavaScript. You just select the best parts. I always have to recommend Croc.js. Let's see if we can find on YouTube Croc.js. We're going to go with Beyond Code. Beyond Code. There you go. There's the one. Whoops. Actually, I want to go back to... Can we go to the playlist? Let's go to the playlist. Nope. I want to go to the playlist. I clicked on playlist. I literally clicked the word playlist. There you go. What? 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 Boom.
Called Take the Money and Run. In the movie, he plays Virgil Starkwell. And in this scene, he's interviewing with an accounting company for a job, something for which he is completely unqualified.
All right. Anyway, yeah, I need to take a break. I think I need to just work on this on my own some more, not on stream. Just because I don't know why, but I think I do. Beautiful. Beautiful. Maybe I don't need that space in there because it will decide on its own where the braking is the best. But I do want to put a non-braking space here. So that it'll break the whole thing onto the next line. There we go. And then, of course, we've got Mac OS. Cool. I want to use Rust in my games. I don't want a memory leak in a game. So you could you could use Zig as well. Now, Rust may be a better choice. Well, especially if you're going to develop games and you're not going to write your own engine. Rust is probably a better choice because there's a bunch of game engines written in Rust. Oh, whoops. Do I need to get rid of this? Cool! This is really great. I'm going to take this on the other screen real quick and grab a screenshot of it. I probably want to actually change the order of a few of these. I mean, we could put them in alphabetical order. That would be fine if that's what we want to do. But I need to decide on an order that is an order. That is some manner of sorting that makes some element of sense. All right, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. Okay. It's kind of a Sun OS kind of thing. Okay, and MSP, Alpine, and MSP, Raspberry Pi OS. Oh, whoops. I did PS rather than SP. I'm on the other screen, but I'll be back on this one just a second. I was going to screenshot this, so I wanted it on the bigger screen. Okay, what is it? Okay. Put a non-breaking space in there. And I want to put a non-breaking space here. I should probably put Android under the Linux, so give me a second to go do that. EMSP. LMN. Uh-oh. How'd that happen? Alright, I'm going to be back in just a second. Just a second, just a second, just a second. What? I told that to be a non-breaking space. What about non-breaking space don't you understand? NBSP. Yeah, that's a non-breaking space. Buddy Roo. Oh well. It seems like there's an awful lot of okay. All right. There we go. That's a lot better. So a weird thing was happening. Let me just show this real quick. So a weird thing was happening with this where this was taking up the full width. Even though it was breaking, it was still taking up the full width. And so it was causing other things to break in weird ways. So anyway, yeah. And I think I actually want to take Android back out of the Linux column because it's not really a Linux in the same way that we can't just throw all the BSDs together. I think we can't really throw the Android under the Linux like that, as it were. Okay, so I'm going to take this screenshot. I got one more thing I'm going to see if I can squeeze in here. It may not work. Oh, actually it does work. Great. Okay, I'm gonna screenshot this over here where it fits. Now I'll bring it back over here and we'll let's see. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to do a quote. I don't know if it'll allow me to do a screenshot and a quote. There we go. And there's that tweet. I used to contribute to Godot's core and the Rust bindings. Oh, that's nice. Boom. Okay. All right, at this point, yeah, I think I'm going to take a break. So thanks for tuning in. It looks like everybody kind of dropped off. So, well, not everybody, but it looks like mostly people have dropped off. Oh, we do. Okay. Wait, should I raid somebody? Nah, not gonna raid. Not today. Next time. All right. But I'm gonna go. Catch you later. Have a good night. We'll finish this up later this week. I'm just, the fact that I've distracted myself for 5 hours from doing the real work. Well, I mean, this was part of doing the real work. Was I need to know how to classify these things. I need to know what their names are. I need to know what they show up as. So, for example, I need to know that IllumOS shows up as SunOS. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I need to know that because I don't know who's using these things. Look. Operating system usage. No, I don't want to get full access. I just want to know. Oh, I wonder what Open Solaris is. Is this a thing? Working state is current. Okay, anyway, yeah, I'm really going to go. I'm really actually going to go, maybe. Oh, good. Open Solaris has a Twitter account. Great. Okay. So, like, sub, follow if you want to. Let the one who guide you. And I'll catch you later.